Okay, all the notifications out. Oh, also, hi, Alani. Alright, let's get to the main screen. And good evening, everyone. Yep, it's art day today, so yeah, let's go ahead and get started on that. Yeah. Gotta sketch out a lot of stuff, so let's actually get something background noise on. See what's in my reactive list. Oh, Rero's video. I've been good. Watch. Alright. Oh, guess we're done watching that today. Alright. Yeah, that's turned on. Alright. Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and watch Rerez's video on the Switch It 2's AI slot problem. But they actually got quality control by it now.
I love collecting video games, both physically and digitally. I'll browse.
Oh, whoops. Oh, I almost forgot. Headphones. Yeah, and let's reopen Axel chat real quick. There we go. All right. Also, free game spotted.
Digital storefronts for hours looking for good deals and undiscovered gems. But there is one platform I've learned to avoid when looking for fun gaming experiences: the Nintendo eShop. Does this sound familiar? It's payday, and you've got some cash to spend. So you boot up your Switch or Switch 2 and head over to Nintendo's digital games marketplace. You check the recent releases feed and browse what's new. But instead of a bunch of exciting games to choose from, you find yourself wading through a toxic waste dump of awful releases that simultaneously confuse and anger you to the core. Where's all the...
Yeah, it's called the PS4 storefront. Hey, yo. Oh, give me 1 second. I want to see if I have that rep program launched. Got a couple reps I need to open at the same time. See if I still have it. Yeah, I don't think I do. No. This manually. Also, note to self, remember to edit this part out once making a bit, making the standalone video for this. Really ain't going to have long pauses, so. Oh, hey, Drebin. I'm drawing a character design commission. It's a colored sketch, so I'm trying to get the sketch part done. Huh, I don't have a Sprig-Pilled rev. Well, okay. Nope, not as WebPD yet. No one uses WebPD. Or WebP. as okay, yeah, it's pure. Okay. Oh, hey guy. Yeah, it's going fine. And just grabbing a program that I kind of forgot to keep installed on my PC. Didn't take any more than a couple seconds to install. Oh, hey, Bray. Okay. Just give me a few more seconds. Okay. I think I got everything right now. Oh, okay. All right, finally we can get back to reacting to the video. As soon as the freaking software stops crashing. Okay, there we go. Back to your regular scheduled slop complaints.
Good stuff. What is all this trash? Why is Nintendo letting this happen? Why? Why? Something is very wrong on Nintendo's eShop, and someone needs to get to the bottom of this. So, I figured I'd do it.
Same problem as Steam Greenlight.
I burned hundreds of dollars
Blood
collecting
Glades.
every piece of gaming
And all
refuse
that
I could
jazz.
find. All of this just to expose what the heck the eShop is churning out. Everybody gather round. We need to talk about Nintendo's eSlop.
Yippee!
When I say eSlop, I'm not talking about a regular old bad game or an indie game that was lacking some polish that was made by a dedicated group of aspiring game developers. Huh. No. eSlop is something more. It's pretty much any game published in Nintendo's eShop with nefarious intent.
Easy
When hunting
money.
for eSlop, you'll find quick asset store flips, artificially generated slurries of random awful visuals and confusing features, and clone games trying to rip off existing popular franchises or titles. All this is what we're on about today. There are no hidden gems here, folks. No diamonds in the rough. It's just garbage all the way down. That is eSlop.
Hey, did someone say my name?
What are you?
I'm Mr. Eslop. I'm the omnipresent symbolic manifestation of the trash gumming up the eShop. Whee!
Oh, this is gonna get weird. eSlop is the sloppiest
I
of
suppose
slop.
everyone
It is
needs a
churned out
mascot.
quick and never created with any concern for whether the game is fun to play or barely able to function. Its sole purpose is to get you to pay money for nothing.
Hey, they don't got nothing. They got me.
If you've been watching for a while, you may remember that a while back we covered a Popeye game from the Switch eShop. That was eSlop, but it was only the tip of the iceberg, people, and the situation now is so much worse. Worse to the power of a billion. And Nintendo has done very little to reduce the amount of drivel we have to scroll through. This is Urban Showdown, a game
Yeah,
available
that's
on the
kinda why,
eShop that, if you're into fighting games, you could easily be persuaded to
Steam
pick up.
has reviews.
$2.49? Sure, I'll try out an indie brawler at a price that cheap, but, wait a sec. These screenshots, are they from a different game? How did this suddenly turn into this? Hold up, the icon on the home menu is completely different from the thumbnail we saw in the eShop. And call me crazy, but I think they might have used generative artificial intelligence to make this. It's a stop sign. We see them everywhere. How did you mess that up? Looking back at the eShop cover art, I think I see some AI funkiness here too. The faces are all warped, and this guy only has 4 fingers, and this dude has 6. The heavy use of crappy AI-generated assets is a huge red flag when looking for eSlop, and we'll be seeing a lot more of it before we're done here.
9 out of 10 eSlop games are made with artificially generated images.
So this game doesn't look pretty, but does it at least work? No, not really. We've got a major lack of color, featureless characters, bland pickups, and super janky gameplay issues. Even if you've beaten everyone up, you might just get stuck with an empty screen with nobody left to fight. But when people do show up, you might find them running on empty, with nowhere to go. No, my mistake. This doesn't look busted at all. This just looks perfect. Probably the only good feature of this game is a level select menu that unlocks stages as you play. But during our Urban Showdown, the game hard crashed and deleted all of our progress. So we're forced to revisit each and every monochrome location and complete them all over again.
Oh, that's just what everyone wants. Replayability.
This is feeling more like a beat-em-up template than an actual video game, which, after doing a little investigative work, surprise, surprise, is pretty much exactly what Urban Showdown is. Look, this whole
It's
game was
shocked.
purchased directly from the Unity Asset Store. It was barely repackaged and then spat back out onto the eShop for unsuspecting gamers to buy. Folks, this is a pack you buy to build a game with. It's literally labeled as a template. It wasn't designed to be bought, flipped with no alterations, and sold for profit. But as far as I can tell, that is exactly what happened here.
Why make when you can take? That's an E-Slop special!
Speaking of taking, this isn't the only store asset repack scam going on. Here's Summer Valley Hike, featuring barely changed work you can purchase on the Unity store. It's a basic walking simulator where you explore a digital setting, but you can't interact with absolutely anything. Just keep walking to your heart's content and explore everything this world has to offer. And here's Fantasy Grove, another walking sim made of stitched-together assets purchased on the Unity store. I spent a total of $9 on both of these games. I don't know. Do you think I wasted my money? But if you're not into beat-em-ups or walking simulators, don't you worry. The eShop has many flavors of slop to tempt you. Theft Ride, a game where you run fetch quests on a motorbike in a single small locale that doesn't feel properly built for the vehicle. Have fun getting lodged in every other asset, pal!
Just gotta get out of this. Just gotta move my... Oh, come on, not again. Come on, just a little bit. Oh, no, I'm even stuck here. I don't even understand this one. Okay, what?
Silent Mist, an otherworldly experience with glitchy wooden mannequins and a bunch of locked assets with little in the way of actual player guidance. Oh, and the camera gets permanently stuck at an angle the longer you play. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Wait.
I gotta get out of here.
Little Strays. You play as a cat with terrible jumping physics who runs fetch quests in a single small locale that... Hey, wait! This is just the same level assets from Theft Ride. Crystal Vale Dino Escape.
I think that dinosaur might be stuck.
Oh, yeah, I like to swim above the water. Oh, now I'm going through mountains. Everything's just perfect.
Nope. Jet Combat Cats vs. Dogs Military Simulator?
Burn missiles away. These pups won't know what hit them.
Incoming furball at 6 o'clock. Evasive maneuvers.
For catnip and country.
And that was just the trailer. Jurassic Island, Little Dinosaur Park musical audiobook. Okay, clearly this is meant to trick little kids into handing over their precious gift card cash, which is pretty low. Scamming me? That's one thing. But scamming a kid? Shameful. Who do you think you are, Fortnite? And I mean, what is an audiobook doing on the eShop in the first place?
It's not a scam. It's a magical dinosaur journey to light up the imagination.
Well, we'll just see about that.
Dinosaurs, dinosaurs, come and dance with me. Big and small, wild and free. Brachiosaurus veloci.
Look at that font. Yup, they're doing their best to make you think this even has a shred of DNA in common with a certain Jurassic-themed park. In the game, it's just still images with a very loose narrative running over top of them.
Yes, and look what I found. It's an old paper.
Is it a drawing?
No, Emma, it's a map, a dinosaur map.
I don't think we're experiencing a single element formed by a human. It's like a microwave made this.
Hey, 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 I'm Dino Buddy. Come along, let's dance and play.
Oh, this music grates more than a server at Olive Garden. Our new little friend seems to be a talking dinosaur with a... Oh, hold on. There's something wrong with this image. He has a tail to the back left there. So what exactly is he packing between his stubby little legs here? You know what? Let's just be safe. Cover that up. That's the image I would have gone with as well. But these bad AI images are not nearly as awful as some of the script, which often seems to be penned by someone in the throes of oxygen deprivation.
I love your song.
And your leaves taste like cloud.
Your leaves taste like cloud? Great, cool. And believe it or not, this is so haphazardly slapped together
How do you
that
know
some
how
of the
that
actual
emote tastes
AI
like?
generation prompts are accidentally embedded directly into the story.
The camera rises, showing high among the treetops the silhouette of the Brachiosaurus moving slowly.
They
What
just
camera
didn't
are you even
care.
talking about? There are musical interludes woven into this experience that don't just sound horrific, but leave us awfully confused by some of their messaging.
Trichetes plants, green and fresh in the pants.
In the what? In the pants! Did we check the rating on this game?
This place makes me want to run.
But speaking of something fresh in the pants, let's pivot to Aesop for I don't know, maybe a more mature player base?
Dirty pictures right here on the official Nintendo eShop.
Yep, the eShop is alarmingly rife with saucy material. So much so, I need to blur the store page here to keep this safe for families. But yeah, it just goes and goes. I'd love to show the entire page of search results, but it takes literal minutes to scroll through. Minutes! If anyone thought Nintendo was still striving to maintain that fun for the whole family image, well, having an online storefront crammed with suggestive thumbnails kinda screams the opposite, don't you think? These games come out at a rate faster than any other genre of eSlop. On any given day, the recent releases feed will most likely have at least one of these adult games, and way too often the images are just AI slop. Goofed up faces, warped hands, some poor lady fused right through a solid table. IKEA, what have you done? And these images are locked behind the thinnest gameplay, usually very basic puzzles. The ones I tested out were slidey puzzles and jigsaws, and some of them were broken. I mean, I'm not against puzzles, but you can only do so many of these until you want to throw your Pro Controller right through the window. Look, I don't care if there's nudity in a video game, I really don't. But these games fill up the eShop listings, and even if you did like these kind of games, these ones just plain old suck. They're bad games with bad visuals, mass-produced with AI tools. They're not for anyone. And while we're on the topic,
AI
Nintendo, what's the deal with the lack of filtering
AI
content
cannot
on the
make art.
eShop? I do think it's a bit surprising that you, of all companies, don't have parental controls that can help hide this adult content from your littlest gamers. You can stop them from opening the software, but the thumbnails and trailers are still fully accessible. I mean, look at this. If there is a way to hide this from them, I couldn't find it. Nintendo's complete inability to curate their digital selling space has led to a rampant eSlop plague. And it's not only asset flips and AI slop and way too many adult games. It seems like any game with even a speck of popularity has some weird trash doppelganger on the service. Even games smaller in scope or from independent development teams are not safe. Dave the Diver is a...
Yeah, that's sadly been a problem for like years now. Ever since mobile games took off even. Nintendo just sadly needs a team to curate the store, but not really know just how well that would actually work. It's a pretty difficult situation, to be honest. It's either let slop like this run rampant, or just have make a store that's exclusive only to people who can pretty much pay a top dollar to get on the store in the first place. Wish there was like a middle ground someone can actually get to. That's what I'm saying.
Pixelated gem with plenty of interesting gameplay based around hunting in the ocean and supplying a restaurant, and this game is available on the eShop. But you would be excused for confusing it with another eShop title, Diver, Catch, and Cook Simulator, a surface-level copy job that comes nowhere near the original's polished gameplay. Every time you touch a specific fish, you instantly die. Looking for that indie multiplayer game about climbing? Peak, was it? Well, as of the recording of this review, that isn't available on the eShop. But oh, here's Peak The Adventure Begins. A game with terrible movement animations, an uninspired world to waddle through, and absolutely no multiplayer. Was multiplayer important? They don't care. Squirrel with a Gun made a pretty big splash when its trailer popped off some time ago, showing its wild, trigger-happy rodent. That's now available on the eShop, but if you want a worse version, then pick up the eShop Squirrel Madness. You play on a single claustrophobic street and jankily shoot a handful of terrible-feeling, underpowered firearms at wave after wave after wave of enemies. One is a good game. The other is just nuts.
Oh, come on.
What? That was funny. Ever hear of a game
it's
about
the most
digging a
effort
hole?
this game
Well,
deserves,
the
let's
eShop
be
didn't
real.
get that one right away. But no problem, because you could have got one of the following instead. I Am Busy Digging a Hole, Digging a Hole Simulator, Digging Simulator Gold Rush, Digging a Hole Gold Fever, Hole Digging Master, and Digging a Hole 2025. You see, it doesn't matter if it's a AAA experience or a scrappy indie project. Successful real games, whether they are officially on the eShop or not, are doomed to be mimicked with just the barest effort to fool potential buyers.
Oh yeah! Doors open, boys!
And heaven forbid a person has a taste for something like Call of Duty, Battlefield, Counter-Strike, or any other kind of modern combat-styled first-person game. Because, oh my good heavenly heck, you're in for a wild ride digging through all of this slop.
Special Strike, Shadow Rift Feral Strike, Strike Warfare Force Recon, Night Strike Resistance WW2, Call of Sniper Combat WW2, Call of Glory Critical Warfare, Battle Royal Battlegrounds Call, Emoji Battlefield Island Warfare. The World of War II, Front Lines of History, World at War Normandy, World at War Cobra, World War Prologue, World War Fury Wave, World War Battle of the Bulge, World War Combat Guardian, World War D-Day Part 1, World War D-Day Part 2. Critical Strike Shooter SWAT Rescue Missions, Critical Strike Modern SWAT Shooter Ops, Counterforce, Counter Shooter Strike Zone, Counter Crossline Crime War, Counter Delta The Bullet Rain, Counter Delta 2 Eastern Crisis, Counter Recon
AI
The First
slop.
Mission, Counter Recon 2 The New War,
That's what
Body
they are.
Cam Shooter, Ops Cam, Body Cam Shooter, Body Cam Shooter, Body Cam Shooter 2025. Exodus, Troopers, Team Troopers, Sniper Jarhead, FPS Bulletstorm, District Evolution, Great War Conflict, 0 Hour Kill Zone, Escape from Tarkhan, Combat Ops Arena, Battle Evolution, Urban Warfare Assault, Operation Scorpion Takedown, Military Combat Shooter Desert USA Army Soldier Simulator, Ghost X Sniper Simulator, parentheses, Tactical Shooting and Eliminator, Tormentor Action Fire Counter Shooter Game 2023 Gun Strike Simulator, Counter Bottle Shooter Pro Aim Master Target Bottle Shoot 3D Game Strike Pistol, Counter Bunny Hop Strike Go Simulator Extreme Deluxe 3D Shooter, World War Battle Heroes, Field Army's Call of Prison Duty Simulator.
Too much slop! After a while, my brain just refused to accept that I was looking at different titles. Here is the thumbnail for Battle Force. Here is the thumbnail for Combat Forces. And here is the top image for Modern Attack. Each one masterfully rendered with AI tools, providing images so identical that I can't separate them from one another. And if you're thinking, well, these titles must at least look different in-game, right? Well, here, these are 3 screenshots directly from the store pages for each. Can you tell the difference?
Oh, hey,
because I know I can't. Oh, look, here's some more. Combat Strike, Bullet Strike, Combat Zone, Special Combat, Special Warfare, an endless flood of lookalikes.
The best part about being me is that there are just so many of me.
I'm reacting
Don't for a
to
minute think any of these
give me a
ESOP
second.
games are worth your.
Yeah, I'm reacting to Re-Rez's video on the Switch 2's e-slop problem. Yeah, no idea if they fixed it since I don't own a Switch 2, so...
money. From tiny, poorly designed levels to horrifically confused computer-controlled opponents and gunplay that makes a super soaker seem threatening. These titles are sad imitations of the real deal games. Instant deaths, horrible graphics, completely unfinished, and in many ways, totally unplayable. And you know what really burns my Pop-Tarts? That us gamers aren't the only ones exploited by this infestation. Nintendo's lack of attention in the eShop is hurting hard-working development teams too. Their games, their livelihood, is being dogpiled by eSlop. Imagine you spend years working on a project only to see it launch and vanish from the top of the recent release section in a flash. The trash we just saw pushing it from your potential audience's view. And we all know the longer someone has to scroll and scrutinize to find your legitimate game, the less likely they are to engage with the store page and buy it. And this slop spreads and taints surrounding games. There are genuine indie games that on first glance are indistinguishable from slop. I found this game, Leftovers KO. My first thought was, well, of course this is slop, a game fighting poorly animated foodstuffs? But no, I was wrong. It's an actual game, a lost in the mix title. The devs' hard work and crazy high quality animations completely missed by virtually everyone. How unfair is that? In that unending list of war shooter game titles we read off, there's a chance one of those was a real game made by a dedicated real deal video game developer. But how could we know? It's impossible to separate one from the other. Some of these ultra seedy slop publishers have game lists dozens of titles long that seem to release with a frequency that the average human blinks. With output like this, there is no way any of it is actual quality work. And it seems that even after a developer releases a game,
I seriously need to get back to playing
in a super
at some
cheap
point.
scam-filled bundle of games that pop it right back up to the top. Or, if not that, they can repackage the same game as a new exclusive edition. Check out this title called Cynthia Hidden in the Moonshadow. At one point, you could have bought
the Deluxe Edition, the Premium Edition, the Platinum Edition, the Silver Edition, the Gold Edition, the Diamond Edition, the Epic Edition, the Complete Edition, the Ultimate Edition, the Special Edition, the Extended Edition, the Elite Edition, the Anniversary Edition.
My favorite part of the Nintendo Direct? Yeah, good question. I think, I don't actually remember a whole lot about it. Yeah, sorry, my mind just kind of blanked out this morning. And what was announced again? Yeah, this way I really don't like reacting to watching stuff in the morning, unless it's stuff I just got used to watching. Mornings are just really hard for me to remember. Let's see. The thing, Nintendo just dumps every trailer out after the stream's all done. Let's see. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy Resonance was a pretty fun one that got announced. And it seems like Pocopia got some DLC in the mix. That's also good. Oh yeah, Dustblood's finally got a bit more information out there. Don't know gameplay, but at least it's the thought that counts. I know what I was about to say for that. Oh yeah, also the Ocarina of Time remake is pretty interesting to see confirmed, so... Word! I know apparently... I know I really feel sorry for... Well, okay, I don't feel sorry per se, it's more of kind of a pity thing, but... Yeah, can't help but feel a little bit of hit bad for Sony for realizing too little too late that they probably shouldn't be focusing on live service slop during the announcement trailers. A lot of the announcements were kind of mediocre. I mean, the Love Ray was kind of interesting looking, but I don't play God of War, so... Yeah, I should probably. Yeah, true enough. Kind of glad that game's getting unofficial sequel of sorts. Remember it actually being pretty serviceable for a movie tie-in game. And apparently, yeah, I also saw Infamous. I also saw Tectone bitching about it, but there's a very good reason I don't exactly give a shit about his opinions. But yeah, enough about the... Enough about the company events that aren't E3 anymore. I got to get back to working on this.
The Summer Edition, the Xmas Edition, the Sweet Edition. Sweet Edition? What could that possibly mean?
They'll pull these down, re-upload, and generate completely new edition names all the time. They'll even give big discounts on the prices to fool you into thinking you're getting a deal. You're never getting a deal. All of this just overstuffs the eShop.
I wouldn't even pay
just
a penny for this.
Excuse me, just adding my load to the load.
Gee, thanks, little guy. I hate it. You know what makes this whole thing hurt the most? I've been a huge fan of Nintendo hardware, software, and even some of its online offerings for many, many years. I'm a day one Wii U owner, for crying out loud. The company and their umbrella of creatives is incredibly talented, and there is no other organization that does what they do in the medium of gaming. Period. And it's not like Nintendo's slot problem is totally unique. There's problematic releases on every platform. Steam, Xbox, PlayStation Network, all have games waiting to grift you, making use of all the sleazy tactics and elements we've gone over today. Heck, some of the very same software we looked at today is on those other platforms too. The reason I seem so hyper-focused on the eShop right now? Well, almost every other platform has something that Nintendo's eShop is sorely lacking. Something that can be summed up in a single word: feedback. Nintendo's online buying ecosystem doesn't provide gamers any way to give feedback on the games they purchase. Feedback that fellow shoppers can use to make their own purchasing decisions. Star-based rating systems, posting reviews, like to dislike ratios. None of these exist on the eShop. No official way to warn a consumer that they're about to buy a scammy piece of slop. But it's even worse when you consider this. Nintendo very clearly indicates that they do not accept refunds for digital purchases. So don't expect your money back if you've been fooled into purchasing a sloppy product. Believe me, I know. I bought all of this with real money. And folks, I ain't a happy consumer right now.
My games are like a rancid skid mark that won't wash away. Ain't it great?
No, it really isn't. Sony, Microsoft, Steam, GOG, heck, even the Epic Games Store have some mix of systems to help customers. They may do things differently from one another. They may not always be the most effective help, but even if they offer just one form of aid to the customer, it still leads ahead of what Nintendo is doing on the eShop, which is nothing. By default, the store with the worst customer support for purchases is better than Nintendo. That's sad. We've seen a slew of slop ripping off their titles and designs from other games, but now we need to talk about something a little different. We need to talk about Lotso. This is Lotso and the Ray of Light. On first impression, this is 100% trying to aim for the original Spyro gameplay made famous on the PlayStation 1. Just, you know, a bat instead of a little purple dragon. Unlike a lot of what I've shown you today, this doesn't really seem, to me at least, to be AI-generated slop. Some time and effort clearly went into these levels and designs, but even then, there are lots of visual glitches and errors all over the place. Like, we have pupils that go above the eyeball and straight through the eyelids. Did no one notice this? And around here, there is... Wait, what? What just happened? Did I just get stuck in a tree trunk? Okay, there doesn't seem to be any way out of this. Guess I'll have to restart. Anyway, looking around these levels, you can clearly see a... What? Again? I'm now stuck in a freaking rock? How did that even... All right, restart one more time. Let's not even go to that level again. Out here in the main hub world, you can see... No, it didn't just happen again. You absolutely kidding me with this? Getting stuck in geometry once that forces a restart is bad, but 3 times in one sitting back to back? What is going on? So clearly, Lotso is not lots of fun to play. But there's more going on here than just a broken attempt to make a Spyro game, because this character first appeared in a different game under a different name. This is Zera, Myths Awakened by Cyrides, which began its life as a new Spyro fan game, but became a new title with original characters and assets totally separate from Spyro. Look familiar at all? Zera plays 100 times better than Lotso, and I had a lot of fun going through it. Zera is not a full game. It's a game demo. The original developer wasn't able to finish it, so they made what they did have available for people to try through itch.io. And can you guess what happened next? If not, maybe this side-by-side will help it make sense. Lotso is just Zera, but with a different color and some minor changes. Oh, and broken gameplay.
Yeah, my guess is that it was modded to look different.
Demo and sloppily manipulated it and uploaded it as their own work for a profit. But I thought I had to be wrong. There is no way someone was so brazen as to outright steal a whole game demo, make the most minute adjustments, and then put it up for sale. That would be nuts, right? And if they were criminal enough to try that, there is no way Nintendo would let it slide, right? So I reached out and spoke to the developer of Zera, and unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. Spacefarer Games,
what a shock.
the so-called developer of Lotso on the eShop, reused and barely reconfigured somebody else's work to make a quick buck. They probably thought that nobody would notice. Well, I did.
What do you mean? Of course this is a totally different game. The little bat's purple now. See? I'm also purple now. Brand new character.
No, that's stupid. You're just the same Mr. Eslop too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to someone? I just got here. A completely new character.
This guy's a moron. The original game developer of Zera was so confused by this that they also bought the game. I mean, they had to see if someone actually stole their stuff. And what they found inside was basically just their original game demo. This goes way beyond slop. This is just thievery. And if all Spacefarer did was steal, that'd be bad enough. But Spacefarer decided to add things, weird things. They took what was a very solid playing game demo and broke it. Why would you do this? Did you think that molding some of your own assets work into someone else's demo would make it more transformative and not really stealing per se? I mean, seriously,
working on your sketch right now.
Nintendo or the Pokemon Company would treat this situation if someone tried to infringe even slightly on the rights of their games? Oh, wait.
That worked out so well for them, though. But yeah, the whole Zera situation kind of sucks. Alright, let's see. Yeah, putting these two side to side made me realize just how similar Fennekin and Sprig-Pilled actually are. Ah, alright. I guess I'll have to fix these eyes then. Look a bit bedroomy anyways. Oh, there. For an eye shape I tend to draw a lot, I can never get it right. It's a Sprig-Pilled Fennekin fusion, actually. Yeah, a lot of people are suckers for Poke fusions. Understandably so. Yeah, trying to make the eyes vaguely Fennekin shape, but mostly Sprig-Pilled shaped. And accidentally made it more Fennekin shape than I originally had them. Alright. And yeah, there are some non-meme fusions, but let's be real, we all tend to prefer the meme fusions. Any advice for a rookie? Good question. Shapes are your friends when it comes to basic anatomy. Get ready to fail a lot. Oh, yeah, Alex, that actually is good advice, too. Good thing that is just a sketch. Colored sketch in my case. Word. Oh yeah, speaking of. And back to reaction.
Lotso is Zera, but with everything worse. The controls, the visuals, the sound, it's all worse. Them nipple eyes, they are not in the original game.
Curious. I was not aware we were to be expecting guests. The timing of this can't possibly be a coincidence, however.
And this bizarre AI-generated voiceover that clearly doesn't fit the game at all, also added in Lotso. They've introduced more gameplay, but none of it is good. Here, I'm highlighting what was in the original game in the hub world. And all of this is the new stuff that Spacefarer stuffed in. These are the places where I got stuck in the game world. Remember that from the beginning? Well, now it makes sense. They've added a boss battle that just instantly breaks and then that's it. Nothing happens. You can't beat it. You are forced to reset and go back to the hub world. So much is busted in this version of the game that it is impossible to list it all. But let's give it a shot anyway. Try to go swimming and your character will just kinda run right through the waterline and act like they're not actually underwater. When the camera pulls back to reveal they are underwater, the character model breaks the waterline effect and it looks like it is floating on top of the water when they are not. Using specifically placed jumping sections, you're catapulted to a new area of the map, only to be jettisoned directly through physical geometry and find yourself way deep underwater, surrounded by a level I assume you're supposed to be swimming in to reach important things. But you can't swim because it's broken. Stairs don't work.
Oh goody. The classics. Terrible stairs trope.
I mean, stairs really don't work. You will wrestle with trying to get up this flight here for minutes on end. It doesn't matter how high you get because every step is made from everlasting butter. You'll get pushed off again and again without fail. Are these the worst stairs in any video game I've ever played to date? Yes. Yes, they are. A bridge made of a broken texture that resembles some anomalous morphing skin-like visual effect. This level is not in the original game, so they broke this all on their own. Also, any other bridge you're likely to find may or may not be properly connected to something, giving you false hope of crossing any gaps with confidence. How could we not talk about the final level? A completely empty void of nothingness with some kind of bizarre floating character who you can neither talk to or interact with. Why would you even bother to add any of this at all? The original game might have been shorter since it was a demo, but it worked. Spacefarer just added broken bulk and turned a completely functional game utterly and totally unfunctional. This kind of incompetence is unlike anything I've ever seen in my entire time playing video games. Nobody has been this bad before. Nobody. Now, before this video went up for all of you to see, Lotso and the Ray of Light was mysteriously delisted from the eShop, but it was up for over a week. Whether it was Nintendo or Spacefarer voluntarily taking the game down to avoid further scrutiny, I don't know. But what I do know is the developer of the original Zera Miss Awaken demo was not contacted by anyone at Nintendo, nor did the thievish scam developer apologize to them for their actions. And they certainly didn't get paid for their work being 100% stolen. And I, as a paying consumer, did not receive a refund for having purchased this scam. No matter how you look at this situation, it's real bad. Nintendo either didn't act fast enough, or they did act and pocketed the money. Or the thief got away with thieving and stole the money from consumers who didn't know any better. I've tried to offset the effect of having purchased the game by offering double what I paid for it directly to the Patreon page for the maker of Zera Miss Awaken. But that's not enough. Nintendo ought to do right and put all of that coin in the original creators' pockets. Or maybe just refund anyone who fell for the scam in the first place. 'Cause I'd like my money back. I started to wonder, just how the heck did Spacefair get approved to be on the eShop in the first place? Isn't there some kind of verification procedure or something? I did the smallest amount of research on these folks and looked up their website. And boy, did I see some major red flags. They make a lot of fan remake games inspired by popular titles. That much is very clear. They might call that Mansion of the Macabre, but I'd call that Alone in the Dark. They even have the same surprise monster encounter that crashes through the window. Ooh, that was spooky. Maybe. And as for this Jacob's Quest game, it's just Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, but with all the Final Fantasy intellectual property removed. A closer look at all the files on the Steam release showed me that they didn't scrub it out as good as they might have thought. I'm pretty sure that's a Chocobo, a Moogle, and that's totally a Cactar. Might want to remove those in the future. The bigger issue was under the Retro Remaster section of the website. You'll find a landing page for some future Banjo-Kazooie remake along with several other games from a variety of publishers and developers. And call me crazy, but I'm highly suspicious that any of these IP owners would be on board with these projects. And check this out. This page here is a link to a free downloadable PC port of Castlevania 64. That's right, folks. You can just download a whole Konami game right from here and start playing. You don't even have to own the original game. I'm not really sure how Konami feels about this. I think it's safe to say that I really don't trust Spacefair that much, especially after that whole Lotso thing. By the way, a last-minute update on that. Just when I thought I was done with Spacefair, they updated their website. It looks like Lotso isn't gone for good. Now it's going to be Nocto and the Ray of Light, and it looks like an owl dragon instead of a bat. The Nintendo eShop buy link goes to a dead page,
pretty
at least for
AI
now.
slop to
But
me.
don't be surprised if a familiar scam reappears in the future. I have high doubts that any of this is legal or properly licensed. But that's not the point. What I'm focused on more right now is that Nintendo has not been doing the work of validating everyone releasing games on their eShop. And this proves it. The fact that Lotso could even exist on the eShop at all calls into question every single piece of software uploaded for sale on Nintendo storefront. I stumbled into one demo that was ripped, barely retouched, and put up for sale. What other stolen material is still hiding all over the eShop? We've had a pretty broad look at an eclectic mix of eSlop served from Nintendo's official online outlet. And no matter the game, the genre, or the execution, I cannot recommend you dabble with a single one of these trash experiences. We've seen egregious copycat work, AI drivel, sexually suggestive bait, and a whole lot of bad. Surely someone out there is thinking, well, at least there isn't a game on the eShop that commits all of these sins in one foul swoop, right? Anime Girls, Fantasy Desire. The title reads like a set of keywords you want to scrub from your search history.
Long ago, the world of Erindor was a place of balance.
At least your work,
the maiden
computer.
knights, guardians of this balance, stood as beacons of hope.
If you were wondering whether or not this opening cutscene utilizes AI, let's let this gal's face answer that question. Yeah, every little bit of this intro footage is 100% generated slop. I mean, look at these blurry birds phasing in and out of the sky here. This is AI video generation struggling. Still don't believe me?
Haha, you're still treating me like a child, sister.
Until you can land a hit on me, you'll always be my little sister.
Yuki, something's wrong. The air. It's like all the light is being drained away.
Get inside the shrine, now!
This is primo AI runoff. It's sloptastic. The line delivery is like a speak and spell, dialogue that feels like it was written by a 4th grader. And these character designs, did you see those facial animations? Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. With the bar set this low, what could gameplay possibly be like? I think they've done it. They've managed to make the ugliest game I've ever seen.
Sister, don't let the darkness take you. Promise me.
No!
Such raw power.
Look at this place. A world that looks like its textures are perpetually loading in, but they never do. Everything is built from sloppy low-res chili cheese dog stains. And it runs. It runs like a lopsided turtle. How does this exist? How are we able to exchange currency, which could sustain a human being with clean water and nourishing food, for something that looks and runs like this? There's poppin'. There's always poppin'. There's never no poppin'. Oh, that's how it is, huh? We're just gonna break mere feet from where we spawn? Batten down the hatches, folks. There be some rough seas ahead. Firing Anime Girl's Fantasy Desire back up on refiring Anime Girl's Fantasy Desire back up and getting to our first enemy, the controls and lock-on mechanics tell me that this game is likely aiming to be a Dark Souls style experience, except where those games have ruthless enemies that attack you and kill you without hesitation, our game has this guy. Prepare to die? No, my friend. Prepare to cry. Because you cannot take 10 steps in this place without stumbling into something totally busted. It is really incredibly sad. And if you stand in the wrong spot in this level, this happens. Two different music tracks are battling each other for dominance. How is this real? How is this something I paid to play? Do yourself a favor and don't try to stray too far away from any obvious path in this game, unless you want to drop out of level geometry, completely unable to hop back in. That's another restart. Some of the bosses in this game seem like hulking, intimidating figures. But on closer inspection are all kinds of broke. Check out this big demon guy whose walk cycle appears to be stuttering. Oh my. Here he seems to be having a pretty embarrassing struggle trying to get up these stairs.
Dark doom awaits. But pretty soon, I shall unleash all of my fury. Once I can get my feetsies to respond to my commands.
And if that guy wasn't bad enough, we've got another lackluster boss encounter shortly thereafter where we defeat our foe and his head does whatever the heck is happening here. It's stretched to the ground like taffy or something. Level to level, there is endless jank all over the place. Open staircases we can't walk up, character textures that refuse to load, and so many janky boss encounters. I can't tell you what in this game actually works, because none of it does. We finally make it to the end boss, but before we can do battle with them, we have to fight through a glitchy army of his bony minions. And they all look just as bad as the first time we saw them. But eventually, Mr. Big Bad Boss Man struts his stuff down the stairs to take you out. How did they expect to make a final boss menacing with his jittery, gotta find a bathroom now walk cycle? But wait a second. If Jittery McBossy Boss is down here, who is up there sitting on the throne? Okay, let's go up there and see what is going on. Wait, he's down the stairs right now and also up here? Doesn't seem like he wants to play though. I'll go back down and see how old Jittery Pants is doing. We clash. We swing swords. We freeze in place. Did he just have a change of heart? What is even happening anymore? Well, whatever. I guess I'll take it as a gift that the game is handing me the final boss on a silver platter. Take that! And that! And... What? Did the game just hard crash to a black screen? Okay, hard restart. Let's do that whole level over again from the beginning. Here we go. A few more hits and... Oh, so the game just doesn't have an ending, huh? They didn't expect anyone to actually get this far? I tried running up the throne before battling any of the minions just to see if that changed anything, but nope, still inanimate. And apparently, me doing this triggered the game to duplicate the boss down behind the throne on the floor, ready to fight early. Let's just go with the jank and do battle. Just like before, he locks up. Just like before, I take him out. Only this time, nothing. Nothing happens. Not even a black screen. Just nothing. Like the game doesn't know it's over. I tried to explore a bit more to see if there was something I was missing, and I accidentally fell off the level and descended for eternity.
Endings? Why would you want to stop playing any of these masterpieces? A game that never ends is a game you play forever.
Folks, that's it. The end of the game. Well, the game doesn't really have an ending, does it? But this is the best we can find. The game encompasses so many terrible ideas while also being seemingly completely constructed from AI slop combined with zero ambition, hopes, or dreams. It has no interesting story, no functional graphics, terrible gameplay, awful combat, and an entire game engine seemingly glued together with popsicle sticks and discarded Snickers bar wrappers. And that's an insult to Snickers bar wrappers. Those things are really well designed. I am disgusted by the caliber of entertainment that you can find on Nintendo Switch and Switch 2 platforms. Turns out you're never more than a couple button presses away from trading dollars for disappointment. It's an embarrassing problem. Nintendo should know better. It's not like they didn't provide better quality online services in the past. Back when the Wii Shop channel and Virtual Console were in their heyday, they had better curation and quality transparency for potential customers. I mean, the eShop on the freaking Wii U offered customer feedback on titles in the form of a star-based rating system and basic player appeal graphics. With the advent of the eShop on the Switch, though, Nintendo decided that silencing any form of critique on their storefront was the best way to go, and it simply isn't. Especially with a modern eShop where curation has become basically non-existent. Nintendo is a smart company. Nintendo is a big company, but Nintendo has been asleep at the wheel on this eSlop problem for so long that it's unpardonable. Hopefully, we've provided a clear presentation of these problems for Nintendo to mull over. Because as it stands now, Nintendo is host to easily the worst games they've ever had on any of their platforms. Nothing is even remotely as bad as this. Nothing at all. And with any luck, nobody will ever have to surf the 7 seas of slop the way we had to today.
What changed? Everything looks great to us.
Nintendo, clean up your storefront, or I'll have to keep exposing all the slop you allow on there. And please hurry, because I really don't want to keep playing these games.
Pirate anime quest. One boy's journey. A piece of island love. Not all that glitters is gold, but I sure shine, don't I?
Pirates whisper that when two eyes meet like this, there's no escaping the storm.
Ready for the boarding?
Would you let me check your booty?
Neopets, a remnant of a bygone...
It was over. That was Rerez's video on a iSlop. And yeah, I suppose since we're still in the playlist, Crispy has a pretty good video on the infamous Neopets tabletop RPG. So, yeah, I suppose we can watch that too. Yeah, let's
Neopets, a remnant of a bygone internet age. And by bygone, I really do mean gone. Because, guys, Neopets is older than I am. Which means, if you played Neopets, then you're probably like 40. Okay, but seriously, bygone definitely does not mean bad. Neopets is a remnant of an age that a lot of people miss, and for good reason. Nowadays, the internet is centralized into corporate platforms controlled by some of the worst people on the planet. And while I'm not gonna pretend like the old internet was some bastion of great morality, it definitely was better than the hellscape we have today. And Neopets is a great little part of that. It was
Thanks
a
for the raid,
charming
Robin.
pet collector where you could build a menagerie of
Welcome to the stream, everyone. Currently working on their commission at the moment, so... Yes, hello to all of you. King Court. Hello, Envoy of Carios. Oh, nice. Also, yeah, I think I can do that. Do I have... Okay, yeah, I do have it open. Alright. I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to look up another ref for the Tito. Don't actually know if they have a ref for the anime. Oh, that's nice. Jeez. Yeah. Polecats are adorable. Sprig... Oh, right. Sprig-Tito. Okay, let's see. Did I have a reference? Oh yeah, the 3D models exist. And they appear to have a more flat face. Alright. I'll take a look at it later then. Alright, so flatter snoot. That sounds absolutely weird out of context. Yeah, ready. Yeah, apparently the nose is closer to the eyes than I thought. I'm putting that a little bit lower. That kind of looks like... I think. Point it out. Oh yeah, I was ranking the video, wasn't I?
Colorful, cartoony companions and care for all their needs. And when you failed to care for their needs, you felt incredible guilt as you left your Neopet to rot in the hellscape of your online world. People played minigames with their pets, shared fan fiction of their pets, made
I sadly never
websites
got
about
into the
pets that they
Neopet
wanted
craze.
to adopt. It was
Kinda shame,
a
really.
crazy experience. And there's a reason why many people have nostalgia for Neopets. But there are fans that don't just have nostalgia, they still actively play. Neopets still has a very active fan base. And while it's definitely left its
bit more
heyday
of a niche
behind,
one, but
there is still absolutely a
it's still
fandom
active.
behind this game. And that fandom was about to get a new game. Not a video game. Neopets put those out pretty regularly, but no, something brand new to the series, taken from a genre that is quite old. Neopets was getting a tabletop role-playing game. This would not be developed by the official Neopets development team. No, this would be developed by a third party called Geekify. Though this would be an official Neopets product. They were given the license by the Neopets team and everything. But that license was taken away midway through development. When the game was in beta,
I wonder
the Neopets
why.
team announced that they would be stripping Geekify the Neopets license, effectively killing the Neopets TTRPG and relegating hundreds of thousands of backer funds to the void. What happened? Why would the Neopets team so callously cancel something that seemingly was so far in development? Well, let's just say it wasn't without reason. Ladies and gentlemen, and all in between, this is one of the most incompetent development cycles I have ever seen in my life. We've got homophobia, stolen content. We even have a developer putting out a cry for help on the official TTRPG beta. Oh, this is going to be something. Without further ado, my friends, what the hell happened?
Tried really hard to have cool ideas, have cool mechanics in there, and I'm very sorry that it ended up as a 5th edition clone.
I think I echo the feelings of most when I say I am not interested in this. This is just so disappointing.
Okay, I don't think I need to explain Neopets any more than I already have. Cartoony, cozy pet collector. Simple enough, right? Well, for those of you who, like me, didn't play Neopets much or at all, check out the footage on screen because I really want you to absorb the vibe of Neopets. This is a cutesy comfort game. Even for adult fans who are playing this now, years after its heyday, they still enjoy it for this vibe. Neopets doesn't need to be dark or edgy or mature. The cutesy,
I mean, it didn't stop the official company from
this
doing
game.
that.
It airs more on the side of
I mean, they did
Stardew
make
Valley
the Darkest
than
Fairy
on the
after
side
all.
of, like, Doom. Which should be obvious. I know that for those of you watching who enjoy Neopets, or those of you watching with an IQ above room temperature, you're probably looking at me like I'm an idiot for explaining this to you, but apparently there are people in this world who don't get this. Now, by complete coincidence, I'm going to use that segue to move on to talking.
Yeah, and ironically enough, it's also from the fan base. Like, every other fan base now that I think about it. If only I had that GIF on standby, that illustrated that one fandom theory that I keep forgetting the name of. Basically, the fandom theory goes that the darker the property is, the more lighthearted the fan works tend to get, which also contrasts the opposite end, where the sweeter the franchise is, the darker the works get. Now I remember, it was called the Cupcakes Theorem. Yeah, ironically named after a very infamous fan fiction. But yeah, this was not one of those cases.
About Geekify, developers of this tabletop role-playing game. If you don't know who Geekify is, here is their description from their website.
Okay,
an invention studio and merch-making company just outside of Boulder, creating products for companies of all sizes,
right here,
helping bring ideas to life. Invention Studio. What does that mean? Well, it basically means that they are a generic nerd merch brand. Tarot cards, nerd pins, leather.
Honestly, kind of sounded more like the infamous thing Kenji Inafune pitched himself as. Rip his studio. Don't know if he's missed or not. Okay, so next is the... Next would be the... I don't really remember what it was called. The breaks in... Florgato, yeah. Breaks in Florgato fusion. Pull these refs up. Interesting body types. I forgot what those were like.
They got notebooks, the kind of stuff that you see getting resold en masse on convention floors. That is what Geekify makes. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Now, how are they connected with Neopets? Well, it's through those aforementioned tarot cards. They made the official Neopets tarot card deck. They may have made some other Neopets product, but any record of those products, as well as any record of those tarot cards, have been obliterated from their website. If you look for Neopets merch on Geekify now, you'll come up with a fat goose egg. I wonder why that is. Is this foreshadowing for later? Speaking of foreshadowing, I want to put out another little piece of information.
Nobody knows.
All that aforementioned merch doesn't have much to do
until everybody knew.
Developing a tabletop role-playing game. TTRPGs are definitely simpler to make than a AAA video game, but it's still game design. You still need to understand the principles of it, and you should still have some experienced people editing and developing this project. But despite that major red flag, many Neopians leapt with joy when a Neopets TTRPG was announced on the Geekify website. From the creators of the Neopets Tarot deck comes an adventure of epic proportions, blending the rich history, lore, and characters of Neopets with the familiar gaming style of TTRPGs. We're excited to announce an upcoming TTRPG set in the world of Neopia. This project will launch on Kickstarter soon, so don't miss out on the news when it's ready to launch in 2024. Okay, yeah, people did not miss it. Thousands rushed to the Kickstarter to buy these books. But, like, what specifically were they buying? What kind of game is this? Well, if you're unaware of how TTRPGs work, there are many different tabletop systems. Dungeons & Dragons, Draw Steel, Call Cthulhu. These are all their own unique systems with their own unique mechanics. Neopets would be adding to that with its own brand new system with unique mechanics. Alongside that,
and by brand new, I mean...
First, the official rules to explain how this new game works, and second, an adventure to get you started in the world of Neopia, the fall of fairyland. Apparently, that's something in Neopets lore. No, I'm not explaining Neopets lore on my tea and drama channel, okay? I will only subject myself to so much here. Now, making a brand new game is a risky endeavor, but I understand why they did this. I mean, existing systems, especially the popular ones, are mostly epic fantasy or horror-based systems. That definitely does not fit the cozy, comforting vibes of Neopets. And on their website...
And other systems tend to be battle tech clones for some reason, complete with the over-encumbering mechanics. I have so many fond memories. He's reacting to Cam Sandwich's video on the worst tabletop RPGs. My group. Getting traumatized by Fatal was so worth it. Even if we later had to have the misfortune of learning about racial holy war. Hey, Jesus fucking Christ. The Unholy Trinity got its name for a very good reason, let me tell you.
They announced many cool mechanics that fit that cozy vibe. They have puzzles, mini games. Pacifism is actually a full-fledged section in their game design document that they claim would be a major part of this brand new RPG. And to be frank, this kind of cozy tabletop game, it is nothing new, especially during the pandemic when people were obsessed with making everything cozy. TTRPGs had plenty of cozy entries made, and while none of these caught on like Daggerheart did, these
never underestimate the cozy market.
They definitely have their own audience. The brand of Neopets could bring this subgenre of TTRPGs to the forefront, and frankly, it is a great fit for the vibe that Neopets has cultivated. So, with the Kickstarter made, it seems like everything is going great. Where's the part where everything goes wrong? Today's episode is sponsored by Cheipeku. And yeah, I know. You know what Cheipeku is if you guys have been on this channel. But guys, Cheipeku is probably the best bargain you could get in the entire tabletop role-playing game industry. I mean, what DM doesn't need maps, tokens, and gorgeous artwork to illustrate their D&D games? Cheipeku provides all of that. Thousands upon thousands of maps, wallpapers, and tokens, many of which can be customized to fit your exact needs. In an industry that's rapidly getting filled with AI-generated scams with slop maps and slop tokens, you don't need to worry about that with Cheipeku. Everything here is handcrafted by talented human artists that work diligently to provide everything you need for your TTRPG game. Seriously, if you're not already subscribed, I have no idea what you're waiting for. If you guys are interested, then head down to the description down below or the pinned comment where you will find the Cheipeku Sci-Fi and Fantasy bundles. Thank you so much, Cheipeku, for sponsoring today's episode. As always, supporting our sponsors does support us. Without further ado, back to the video. Well, there were some troubling signs immediately after the funding. After getting 1000% funded, the project was fairly quiet. They opened up a Discord server and had some minor development updates, but for the most part, Neopians weren't getting much from Geekify until mid-2025. They announced that they would be doing a closed alpha. Obviously, the fact that this was closed meant that your average fan was not gaining access, but at least it was a sign that development was moving forward in some way. But still, if I were a fan, I'd be sweating a bit. There were some formatted example pages, but these weren't giving away much about what this actual game would be. It's a lot of lore, a lot of flavor on the different Neopet player species, with some bare bones mechanics, but bare bones is doing a lot of the emphasis on that sentence. We're still not getting much about what the actual gameplay would be like. We don't even know if this will be a D20 system or a D12 system or a D6 dice pool system. We know nothing. When it comes to the pacifism puzzles and mini games, we don't even know how those would work. They were just generally brought up with no specifics. I remember when my favorite TTRPG, Draw Steel, was being announced. They didn't even know the name at first, but we were pretty freaking clear on what kind of game this would be a 4th edition 2.0 of sorts that had a focus on tactics. Hell, the team at MCDM was showing off an early version of the Tactician class, as well as a Necromancer enemy to serve as an example of what players would be fighting. Was it the full system? Absolutely not, but we saw how development was moving forward, and that was during the Kickstarter. This with Neopets, this is months later, and this is all fans are getting. But the fears of slacking development would actually be quickly assuaded, because months later, in early 2026, just last month actually, in February, the Neopets TTRPG team announced that they were doing an open beta. Yeah, in only a few months, they went from closed alpha, don't pay attention to what we're doing, to a full open beta for fans to participate in. Now, I do admire getting content done that fast, but dang, that is a really, really quick turnaround time, especially since beta alludes that they're very, very close to releasing this thing. At long last, we're ready to open things up to you guys for some playtesting and experimenting, and give you the first hands-on look at the gaming experience the TTRPG book will offer. This is a simplified subset of rules, mechanics, and descriptions, and a mini-module to play around with. You are now cordially invited to the Neopets tabletop role-playing game beta test. Very exciting. Had an invitation and everything. So how did it go? Well, it went really, really bad.
Oh, wow, what a shock there.
Now look, I playtested every single version of Draw Steel. I obsessively read every Unearthed Arcana when D&D 2024 was being developed. I've seen work-in-progress TTRPGs. I have offered criticism of work-in-progress TTRPGs. But this takes work in progress to another level entirely. Okay, I'm going to start here by describing some of the mechanics that are present within the Neopets TTRPG. You might find them a little bit familiar. This game primarily uses D20s to determine your skill checks. In fact, it uses the full range of dice that you can find in your average set. It also has advantage and disadvantage. The game has armor class. The game has skill checks with skills such as athletics, acrobatics, investigation, perception. The game has ability modifiers that are nonsensically tied to ability scores that should have been removed from the game years ago. The game has 6-second combat rounds with initiative that's determined at random. The spells in the game include stuff like Lightning Bolt and Vicious Mockery. And yeah, if you play Dungeons & Dragons, this is very familiar, because this is literally D&D 5e. They just copy-pasted D&D 5e and called it a new system. Now, to be clear, there are some changes made to D&D 5e to differentiate it, but some of these changes are so minor that they err on the side of comedy. Like, seriously, guys, changing Hold Person to Hold Neopet is not hiding anything. We can still tell. Traits like Dark Vision, Tremor Sense, and True Sight all appear. Characters can have advantage and disadvantage, but these now stack. We have opportunity attacks and grappling, bloody creatures and death saving throws, and even references to a material realm when there is no reference to such in the original Neopets game. Where Neopets does diverge from D&D, it does so in complex and often confusing ways. All skills have a passive version that can be privately checked by the DM, and every NPC gets a full character sheet, as complex as those given to player characters. That adds a lot of bookkeeping. As that article alludes to, there are some custom mechanics in this book, but the custom mechanics that are present are borderline nonsensical and do nothing to assuage the worries this was developed by a group of amateurs. I'm struggling on this one. Defense and endurance are separate stats, but magic has to cover all social and intellectual powers in one. There's no skill for lying, but stealth and sleight of hand, they're separate. The bulk of the game's mechanics are about hitting, damage, and movement on a tactical battle map. Not exactly what comes to mind when I think of a pet care simulator that I played for 20-odd years. Currently, the perks just read, "This work has not been paid for by John Taylor of Geekify." We'll be hearing about John Taylor of Geekify a lot more in a future chapter. Now, you might be thinking at this point, why, oh why, would they rip off Dungeons and Dragons? Like, okay, if you promise your fans a fully custom Neopets TTRPG, then, you know, I think you should make your own TTRPG and not rip off an existing one. But at the same time, if you're gonna rip off an existing one, can you at least rip off one that makes sense? D&D 5th edition has its roots in war gaming. That's where its focus is. The mechanics primarily focus around combat. The subclasses almost all have combat exclusive features. The vast majority of the spells and abilities all are meant to be used after you roll initiative. That's why I played it before I found other better war games to play. But in any case, look, the point is, it's pretty dang separate from the cozy vibes of Neopets. It seems like, at least on the surface, this is a team who barely knows anything about TTRPGs outside of maybe watching Critical Role and playing Baldur's Gate 3. If only someone could have predicted this in an earlier section of this video.
Wonder what
could we have expected
it
from the Invention Studio? But yeah, things were looking bad. Fans were furious about how bare bones this game was. For some reason, they decided it was a really good idea to allow fans to just openly comment on the Google Doc, which led to some truly hilarious reactions and angry outbursts that can just be seen from anyone. Look, I am all for public playtesting. When I publish my own TTRPG book, I plan for extensive public playtesting. But this isn't playtesting, this is a humiliation ritual. Now, with all the pushback being levied, the team themselves did have some defenses. I think anyone coming into this expecting it to be an exclusive mirror performing dailies on the site is going to be a bit disappointed. We've been very clear from the offset that this was designed from day one to be set within the lore world of Neopets, where the Neopets are people and not animals owned by humans. The campaign book is an adaptation of the Fairy Ruins plot. I cannot imagine a way you could build a campaign around Fairyland failing and an invasion of monsters where significant gameplay is just exclusively fishing and picking berries. This is not to say you can't do these things. The campaign book's drafts include mechanics for deserted fairgrounds games, for example. But sometimes people fight Neopia, and as a beta test, we need to know if mechanics we come up with work around tables in the wild. Again, showing off some of that amateurishness, beta test implies that you are at least a little bit close to feature complete. This is not the time to be testing if your general mechanics, you know, work. But also, that post received a lot of pushback because it seems like this guy just straight up doesn't understand the vibe of Neopets. I mean, they give the excuse that, oh, this is based around the Fairy Ruins. That's the module, but look, if your module is going to make my Neopet going around slaying their enemies en masse like just another generic D&D game, then I don't know, brother. Maybe you should just change the module to something else and make the cozy game that people were clearly excited for. Especially since the Kickstarter went out of its way to advertise many non-lethal pacifist minigame mechanics, dude. One tiny section of this beta being dedicated to one fairground of minigames does not really match that vibe. But with all that being said, the combat focus of this Neopets TTRPG was not the only time they missed the vibe of Neopets. Okay, so this next section is definitely going to ruffle some feathers. I want to open with some clarifications. For starters, I understand that the content we are going to be talking about here is very normal in something like Call Cthulhu or Vampire the Masquerade. But keep in mind that those games are games almost exclusively meant to be played by older teens and adults. I also want to add that I understand most people playing this game are not going to be kids. They're going to be nostalgic adults who want to re-experience the world of Neopets in a new format. However, I also want to point out that what I've seen from Neopets adults, these people are nostalgic for that childhood vibe. They don't need Neopets to be aged up to their standards. They like how childish it is. That is the inherent appeal. In any case, with all that being clarified, let's move on to the big problems that Neopians saw when they looked at this doc. For starters, pet sex.
What?
We're starting off with a good one, baby! There's a section in the Neopets TTRPG book where the developers go over a session 0, and this is great, especially in a game where children might be present. You're going to want to set expectations for the kind of game that you're going to be playing. Expectations on the kind of skill level that's going to be required. Expectations on whether player character death is going to occur. There are plenty of things that you could talk about in a session 0. However, for the Neopets TTRPG, the Session 0 chapter exclusively covers when to fade to black when sex happens.
I thought this was Neopets, not Pokemon. Yeah, sorry, I had to make that joke. Yeah, that is a very odd choice for Neopets.
Which, okay, look, I understand there's going to be a lot of people who are very angry at me for laughing at this. Whenever I laugh at anything, even remotely sex-related, people jump into my comments to call me a pearl clutcher. And look, guys, I'm sorry, that's not the case. I'm not that. My asexual ass just finds stuff like this kind of funny. And yes, in games, especially ones with teens and adults, probably going to want to talk about whether or not romance is going to be okay at your table. And hell, even in a game with kids, it's probably a topic that is worth addressing. But directly saying how you're going to fade to black during romantic and sexual encounters, yeah, that's a little bit of a weird inclusion for a Neopets book, a book based in a game for 10-year-olds. Also, on top of that, I don't even know why they bothered to include this at all. As a Session 0 checklist, this is practically useless. It goes over no useful information for the game besides just sex. The fact the development team decided to focus exclusively on sex and romance means, to me at least, that...
Actually, yeah, that's another good point. Might be one of the reasons the license got revoked, so if it wasn't, I mean, if the plagiarism of Dungeons and Dragons wasn't already enough. I think that was just the final nail in the coffin. At least Pokemon, it made sense. It would make sense for us for that kind of stuff because, yeah, let's be real, Pokemon canonically fuck. That's a mechanic in the game. That is just weird for Neopets. Which, if I recall correctly, are magical entities.
They seemingly learned about Session 0 exclusively from watching my RPG horror story videos or something. Jesus Christ. Moving on from that, I think I have an explanation as to why they at least didn't include
RPG horror
torture
stories
in their Session 0
yes,
checklist, because
recommend
torture
that
is just a
Reddit
canonical
threads
part
are-
of the Neopets experience, baby.
I know
When
you
you are
Reddit
playing
that
through the
still.
little mini module they included in the adventure, your Neopians are ambushed by a group of murderous bandits looking to take all your stuff. I know that this sounds like something that's ripped straight out of a Dungeons & Dragons game and not from the cozy Neopet mini-game collection, but you know what? To each their own. Violence is the way. And apparently, lethal violence is the way in Neopia. Depending on who is alive at the end of the encounter, information can be coerced from them. Now, some people took coerced as meaning, you know, torture. I do think that might be a little bit extreme given that the next line clarifies that you're using intimidation and persuasion, but I just want to focus on the other part of that sentence instead of the coercion. You know, the part where it assumes your Neopets are leaving corpses on the road. My god. But baby, this section of the book is just the gift that keeps on giving. In one fell swoop, this team has canonized possible torture and use of lethal force in Neopia. Great, but don't worry, it gets so much worse because this is the gift that keeps on giving. He's still intoxicated and may not fully understand what's going on, especially if someone has died. Now, if you don't think this one section of the book can get any more embarrassing, don't worry. They tossed canon homophobia into the Neopets universe just one paragraph down.
Oh, yippee.
One of the bandits will say that if the boss is as scary as the rest of the crew
I mean,
says
they
he is, he probably
they
wouldn't
already
be
are
caught
canonically
dead wearing
fucking.
a bracelet that's so feminine, regardless of what it can do. Yes, tossing in a little bit of misogyny in there too. I like that. Now look, I don't really believe that this is some underground homophobic effort to coerce Neopets fans into hating the gays. I just think that a particularly stupid piece of development team decided that this was a good idea and just didn't think twice about the implications of this part of the book. This is why you have a team, including maybe somebody who will look through the book and make sure that this kind of content doesn't
plagiarism
get because
causes a lot of
really,
problems
really
or something.
Bad look for the team over at Geekify, especially since, according to the actual Neopets team, none of this was ran by them. We want to be transparent with the community. The beta playtest document that was recently made public was not approved or reviewed by our team prior to its release. Under our licensing agreements, all content bearing the Neopets name must meet our quality standards and receive our written approval before it is shared publicly. Following an internal review, Neopets has determined the content and themes contained within the document do not align with our brand standards, values, or the expectations we hold for experiences created under the Neopets license. Although the Neopets team has steadily been reviewing the TTRPG in sections as it is submitted, none of the aforementioned submissions was included in the beta document material release. We immediately requested the document's removal. We've been in direct communication with Geekify to address the matter. And by requested removal, that's their conservative way of saying we told them to remove that thing or else, because this document went down immediately after that statement was posted. So yeah, it's clear that Neopets.
Yeah, really.
I wonder why. I mean, the team at Geekify did such a great job.
Great job at portraying.
With all that being said, who the hell is Geekify?
Really terrible shit.
Legal glasses time. I am not accusing Geekify nor its CEO of any legal wrongdoing. All the accounts I'm about to share come from alleged contractors and or employees. I have no way of verifying their role in the company or if they were even part of the company at all, nor do I have a way to verify their claims. Even if these claims were true, it is unlikely they would constitute any legal wrongdoing on the part of Geekify. Once again, I am not accusing Geekify nor its CEO of any legal wrongdoing. I am simply sharing the accounts of alleged employees as well as my own opinions. Okay? Okay. I can't verify the identity of these people. For all I know, all these team members could all be the same person alleging the same problems. I am comfortable speaking to my own experience here. I have been paid exactly once for what is now 5 consecutive months of editing and mechanical design, and there's at least that much work left to be done, if not more, to create a functioning system. Fuck it, $400, just one time. They had a public fight in the Discord for everyone to see, a fight that ended with this developer being removed from the team. Looks like this is going to be a regular occurrence. We have another allegation, this one posted to YouTube from the YouTuber ManaFlood, who claimed to be an ex-member of the Neopets team.
I joined the Geekify Neopets tabletop RPG project in or around 2022 following a call for applicants shared within the Neopets community. I think it was on Facebook, if I remember correctly, when I originally applied.
Like the rest, I cannot verify ManaFlood's identity. He could be connected to the aforementioned parties, who could just be faking everything. But based on the internal screenshots that he posted, yeah, it's extremely likely that this guy is a member of the team. His allegations are serious, and he goes in depth about all the problems with this project. Not just non-payment, but also lack of management in general. Looks like John here, on top of being a little bit suspect on paying his people, he also wasn't even leading them in the first place.
From my perspective, the team often floundered, discussions looped without resolution, and some disagreements lingered without direction or, kind of trying to rein in what we should do there. And there was a consistent tendency to talk around problems rather than decisively address them. This lack of organization and leadership made it difficult for us to understand priorities, timelines, or expectations, and it significantly slowed all real progress.
That is crazy. During the video, you might have noticed that ManaFlood here posts screenshots of internal playtest documents made by the various members of the Neopets team. All these documents have wildly different templates and formatting. I guess John just thought, yup, I'll paste them all together somehow, some way. He didn't even have a design guideline. This is an unhinged style of leadership, but it does get worse because ManaFlood also alleges workplace toxicity.
During a meeting with, I think, almost all of the team and John there, a team member became openly hostile. Stated that they would not allow themselves or others to be trampled over by a straight cis white male. I was personally kind of taken aback by the statement because I didn't really expect that was just what was said in a group in front of a bunch of people, but it was said. And the entire meeting went super silent. Besides being inappropriate and irrelevant to the discussion or any discussion in a meeting, really should be handled privately. It was also factually incorrect, not that my identity or personal preferences or sexuality or anything matters in a professional setting.
Once again, I can't even verify this guy's identity, let alone verifying if this story actually took place. But if it did, that is extremely bad. Even if ManaFlood was in the wrong, even if he was the big, bad, scary, straight, cis, white male, which, once again, according to ManaFlood, that's not even true. But even if it was true, and even if he was being an asshole, okay, that's a situation that needs to be directly addressed by Geekify. According to ManaFlood, Geekify just let it quietly go and moved on. He wasn't kicked out of the team, he just didn't receive a contract. A very passive way to handle workplace toxicity in your group. And speaking of contracts, yeah, that's another problem that ManaFlood brings up. I mean, if you thought the $400 of payment for 5 months of work was bad earlier, at least that guy got paid something.
I was never formally compensated for the work, time, or effort I made into the project, which personally is fine by me because at that point no one had been compensated for it. But right up until the point where the contracts come out, I don't get a contract, everybody else gets a contract, even if it's only a couple $100, which I understand times 10 or 12 people is a lot of money. But to cut it right at that point and not give me access to money, it just rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not trying to say I was never paid for anything, but I wasn't. And I never got a contract, so I basically just worked on a bunch of stuff and then got cut. Woohoo.
I cannot imagine having someone do months of work for zero pay. To me, it shows that Geekify is perfectly willing to take advantage of naive or young people who aren't experienced in how contract works and don't know how much they should be paid for the work that they are doing. This very much reminds me of the business model of Evermore Park, a theme park out of Utah that exploited young actors to an insane degree by allegedly demanding they do lots of volunteer work to be part of the experience of Evermore. Just like Evermore, Geekify is telling these young people, hey, we're gonna pay you a little bit, but Again, these are all allegations. I cannot verify that they are true. I'm just saying that it's something I've seen before, especially in the indie nerd space. It sucks. It's disgusting. But that being said, the final major allegation that is posted by Manaflood is that this game was never ready. I mean, we already heard that from the aforementioned Discord argument, but Manaflood alleges that it was never even close to a state where they would be submitting it for review to Neopets. I mean, he gave little sections, but that's it.
I believe it's important for Geekify and everyone in general to just be honest about internal realities. During the approximate 9 to 12 months that I was involved, the work was never close to for submission in any meaningful sense. No professional document I would have let out to go to Neopets to say, hey, here's what we're looking on, because it never looked like anything. It never looked like anything cohesive that you'd want to show them and say, hey, here's where we're at, because it was just mostly sketches and concepts and everyone's different ideas. We didn't have anything yet.
This whole thing, if this guy's telling the truth, it's a disaster. Neopets released another statement containing a lot of the same material that we saw earlier, but they did clarify that they're hopeful about their future with Geekify. We believe there is a fantastic Neopets TTRPG waiting to be made, one that captures the magic of exploring Neopia, that gives you the freedom to adventure across all the lands you know and love, while honoring the unique qualities of the Neopets world. We are focused on taking the time needed to ensure the project reaches that potential. We will continue to keep you updated as the situation progresses. In the meantime, we genuinely appreciate your feedback, your candor, and most of all, your love for Neopets. Well, that hope aged rather badly because the Neopets team soon announced that they were stripping Geekify of the license, effectively canceling the Neopets TTRPG. To our Neopets community, we want to share an update regarding our partnership with Geekify Inc.
Or at least this incarnation, anyways.
We made the decision to terminate our license agreement with Geekify effective immediately. Over the years, Geekify has helped bring a variety of licensed Neopets products to life from our community. We appreciate the creativity and effort that went into developing these releases, and we are grateful for the fans that supported them. As part of our commitment to providing quality Neopets experiences, we regularly review our licensing partnerships to ensure they align with our long-term goals and the standards we set for official Neopets licensed merchandise and experimental projects. We determined that it's for the best interest of the Neopets brand and our community to cease this specific project and ongoing license agreement. We wish the best for Geekify Inc. as we both continue to grow and evolve. Separately. Yeah, that is a very, very definitive statement. They did not want to work with Geekify anymore. And there were mostly positive reactions to this. Most fans understood, but there were other fans that were mad at Neopets for this decision. Look, I get it. Apparently Neopets team have made a lot of controversial calls in the past, so I understand not really trusting them. But at the same time, at least here, I understand this move. Geekify were in hot water. I mean, not only was the game bad, not only was the game borderline copyright infringing, not only did the game not fit within the Neopets brand, but on top of all that, there are allegations of workplace toxicity and payment problems with their contractors. That is just not a position that you want to be in as a brand. You want to separate from them immediately. I also want to clarify that legally it's not on Neopets to pay out backers for this Kickstarter. Hell, legally, it's not even on Geekify to pay out the backers. A Kickstarter is effectively a donation, even if it shouldn't be. That is unfortunately how it works. Though if you do want to bother anyone,
sometimes a shit deal is a shit
you should
deal.
definitely bother Geekify. I mean, if you buy a Ubisoft Star Wars game and it sucks, bother Ubisoft. Disney are definitely not going to give you your money. But with that being said, how did Geekify react to the Neopets firing? Well, he expressed that he was very disappointed and also claimed that this was extremely sudden and claimed that it was a bad decision on the part of Neopets. He accepts very little responsibility for how this project went and even claims they had so much amazing original content behind the scenes. Given that they published all of their rip-off content on a poorly formatted Google Doc, I have no idea what was stopping him and his team from putting this original content on the Google Doc itself. My God. This was a terrible, terrible showing. But there is hope on the horizon because by complete coincidence, I'm sure, Ghostfire Gaming, an extremely popular third-party TTRPG brand behind some of the greatest grimdark projects in the TTRPG space, they are now inexplicably making a Neopets tabletop experience. Wow, they are really expanding their brand with this one. And honestly,
that is absolutely
I respect
hilarious.
the hell out of it. Ghostfire Gaming is awesome, and
Get that
Neopets
Sesame
wants some
Street cred.
experience to make a good game for them. Ghostfire is a great pick. Again, I have no idea if Ghostfire was picked because of stuff falling through with Geekify. It could literally just be a coincidence. I'm just saying, the timing is utterly hilarious. With all that being said, though, is there even a takeaway from all this? Guys,
don't plagiarize.
I have takeaways from freaking lol cow stories. I can get a takeaway from this. Look, at the core of it, I think there's a misconception around the development of tabletop role-playing games. A misconception that I once had, and that misconception is that this is easy.
Nice.
It's easy to make a TTRPG, and sure, making a TTRPG is definitely easier than making like,
Rio and Lucario
game.
Riolu and Lucario are pretty good
simple stuff.
Pokemon to work with.
No. Absolutely not. In fact, there are difficulties exclusive to this form of game design that you are going to need to overcome, and that is going to require experience and practice and effort. I have been doing D&D homebrew and now Draw Steel homebrew for as long as these games have been around, and I still am learning a lot. I go back to stat blocks I made even a month ago and spot tons of errors as I continue to refine my skills. You can't just make a TTRPG casually. You do need to put effort into it to make something that's worth it for your customers to buy.
Yeah, I've definitely
I'm saying this because I see plenty of projects that are made by
amateur
influencers who are only known for occasionally popping up.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh yeah, and I don't even need to play tabletop RPGs to recognize the bad ones. I have seen the abundance of really bad tabletop RPGs, including the Unholy Trinity. Oh, nice.
On actual play with a celebrity DM. You know the type that I'm talking about. That LA crowd that talk about D&D a lot, but don't make a lot of content for the game and certainly aren't developing much for the game. Some of them turn out rather badly, and I think it's because these people go into this thinking it's going to be easy. As seen with the Neopets TTRPG, it most certainly is not. With that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed this little tale. A little bit less personal than the lolcow content I've been making recently, and frankly, I'm grateful for the break. With all that being said, if you want to let me know that you were loyal to the tavern, then head down to the
sounds
comment
fun.
below and
I'll definitely look that up.
Sir, this is Neopets, the moment to the end.
Especially since
you want to check out more of our content.
few of my
other episode where we covered the Lego
YouTuber friends are actually fans of both.
Please do leave a like on this one and subscribe to Crispy's Tavern so as everyone content comes out. And finally, if you want to support us directly, head over to our Patreon or buy our merch, stuff like that makes these videos possible. And that's like, comment, subscribe, support. I'll see you all next time. Farewell.
Yeah, that was Crispy Tavern's coverage of the very infamous Neopets tabletop RPG debacle. Holy crap, could I have drawn this? Ooh, neat. Do you have a VOD I could check out later? Ah, alright. I'll check it out then. Yeah, I think I might listen to music for this. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's because it's Bayou Boogie from Donkey Kong Country 2. It's basically David Wise at his best. The 8-bit versions are no slouch either, especially since the composer of the Land series did a pretty stellar job translating it into the Game Boy format. And I really need to get back to that Let's Play for Donkey Kong Country 2. I completely abandoned it one day and never came back to it. Hey. Oh yeah. I definitely recommend playing the country games. Especially makes you appreciate K. Rool's return. Oh wait, did you get that far yet? Shoot. Yeah, understandable. Donkey Kong's music is a lot more ambient than it is, well, up-tempo. More akin to a movie soundtrack is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, aquatic ambiance is amazing. Oh yeah, Nintendo America's, I don't remember what they call their trailers, yeah. Man, my mind blanks a lot. Where's my absent memory? But yeah, they had some pretty hard hitters in their event right out of the gate. Direct, yeah. How can I not remember one word? Seriously. Yeah. Direct had some pretty hard hitters. Well, it'll be more appreciated than the 3DS release, at least. Or at least I hope so. 3DS re-release was pretty alright. Just, quite a few people complained for some reason. Yeah, it's the feeling I'm getting too. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's go with that action. Oh, thank you, Robin. Let's see. I think you wanted to careful and more grassy. Yeah, I've got to remember to change color with it. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. And that's... Yeah, making the hair a bit longer for the mid-evolution. I also gotta remember to add facial features. Someone's finally over. Let's see, what's next? Oh, this is a classic. Yeah, I gotta lie, it kind of looks like a skull now I drew it out. Yeah, it'll probably look better when I color it. Let's see. Bracelet. Alright. Our forearm. The fennekin colored gemstone. I'm surprised Hothead Pop wasn't in Bonanza. Or Money Melancholy, for that matter. Especially mining melancholy. It's literally a game about mining. And probably crafting. I didn't play it yet. Yeah, look at those tiny legs. God damn. But yeah, fixing that. Yeah, glasses. Oh, mining melancholy. That is definitely. Oh, you want me to add that? Alright. I was just gonna have the rims just kind of stand alone, but that works too. Alright. I'm kind of lazy when it comes to drawing new classes. Alright. But yeah, I can do drawstring. So yeah, that's what I ultimately came up with. Think to your liking? Alright. Gonna hide this for now. I'll add them back once I finish coloring them. Let's see here. me the power bank. Thank you. Alright. You mean this thing or the bracelet? I don't think Florigato actually has a neck. It's just kind of a leaf-looking bandana thing. So I kind of used the breaks and tough to emulate the dress she was wearing. This is something stuff. Can I do that? Could add a bit of flair to the bracelet while I'm coloring it. It kind of would make me have to redraw the entire hand, though. Maybe fingerless gloves? Oh, like a Z-ring, huh? I can do that. Okay, Z-ring. Alright. Yeah, I can probably just improvise. Whoops. Alright. So, more flat looking, like a Z-ring. Dang, wrong layer again. Why do I keep doing that? Alright, so I'm throwing this back in. Jump. Stone. Hmm. Yeah, it has that look. It's just kind of improvising a design right there. Yeah. Asheville. I think I can actually make a better pattern for the yo-yo once I color it in. Gotta change the color of the symbol first. There we go. Alright. That is... Alright, I'll keep that in mind once I get to it. First, I want to get back to coloring this in. Whoops, wrong layer. almost forgot. I think the current or this can. Okay. And let me. I think I can still swap it out. Okay, so. Alright, how's that? Probably should make the more yellow up. Yeah, maybe if I make the orange color a bit brighter, since it helps Sprig-Pilled contrast a bit more. Does that look better? base sprig colors with some orange yellow highlights. Alright, I'll try Sprig-Pilled green first. Yeah, let me try that. But yeah, that's the base Sprig-Pilled color. I need to fix the fill a bit. Alright. Ear fluff and tail. Oh, so you want them reddish? Like that? Actually, yeah. Offload. How's that? Ah, okay. Oh shit. Wrong color. All right. We'll go with that color scheme then. Wrong layer. Let's clean this up. I was gonna give them the greenish socks, but I can work with that too. Hang on a second. How's that look? Oh, Sprig-Pilled has greenish socks that they actually wear. Give me 1 second. They're markings, but they resemble socks. That's what I'm saying. See? I can give her the... Alright. Okay, there we go. And yeah, let's change the... Let's make the green a bit brighter so it can stand out. How's that look? Alright. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to color these in. Now let's this. Yeah, make this a bit more interesting looking. fire symbol. Probably should add some cracks to it to imply that it's on fire. Such. Yeah, that just looks weird. Alright. Now I'm keeping the wood color I knew. We're done. Alrighty. You have a good night, Alex. Yeah, that looks a lot better, actually. I need to make that a bit different color. Oh, thank you very much. There we go. And just adding a bit of detail here. To slit kind of good color. I almost forgot. Oh, thank you. Give me 1 second. Alright. I believe that's everything, actually. Just, add the folders because I completely forgot to do that. Alright. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I'll go ahead and send you the finished product then. Oh, whoops, forgot to save. That would have sucked. No worries. Happy to design it for you. Sounds dope. Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to design that. But first, I do have one detail I can. Nah. It's too right up with the green. Alright. But yeah, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a stream here. I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.